Good morning, everybody. We're back. Another episode of Stock Dads TV. Aaron's going to break things down for us this morning. Aaron, go ahead and take it away.
Morning, everybody. How are we doing? Hope everybody had a good night. It is foggy in Indy today. Morning, PJ. Is that Paul? I'm not sure. Peter, good morning. Darren, Miss Tamika, always a pleasure. I'm guessing that's Paul. Yep, how you doing, Paul? Good morning. Mr. Paz, good morning. Lyle, good morning. All right, give everybody a minute or so to get in. How's everybody doing? Anything exciting? The X Ninja, good morning. All right. How we doing, everybody? Here comes everybody. All right, we got a big news morning this morning, guys. Morning, Rick. Yep, unfortunately, we got news here at 8:30. All right, unfortunately, we got to wait on that. We got a bunch of news at 8:30. All right. Okay, let's get started, guys. All right, so on that note, starting off on news, okay? So this morning we've got our normal unemployment claims. Now, they're forecasted 223, and we know that this very rarely comes in at forecast, but a 223 would actually put us down here, right? So we'll see where it comes in. Remember, Wall Street considers 3 data points a trend. So if we get 1, if we get 223, that'd be another one. But again, if you look here, very rarely does the forecast ever come in, or does the report ever come in at forecast. Usually it's all over the place. But we've also got Philly Fed, we got Bowman speaking, good trade balance, prelim wholesale, trade balance, all at 8:30. Okay, then at 10, don't let this sneak up on you. Pending home sales at 10 o'clock, that will cause a blip. All right, and then crude oil inventories has been moved from Wednesday to Thursday because of the holiday on Monday. All right, so crude oil inventories at noon, and there's a lot going on crude oil here, and we'll talk about that in a second. But 8:30 and 10 o'clock. All right, so gap fill, we kind of got to wait until we get through that 8:30 news, see what that's going to do to us. All right, so let's get into it here. Got a lot going on. It'd be even better if I could show you my screen. Miss Amanda is back among the living. How are you? Hopefully you're feeling better. Mr. Wilf had a rare thunder ice storm. Thunder ice. Wow. There you go. All right, well, hopefully didn't lose any power or anything. Hopefully you guys are doing all right. Stay safe, Mr. Wilf. All right. Okay. Glad to hear you're back among the living, Amanda. Okay, so let's get to it. There we go. All right, so starting off on the VIX. Remember, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. I really need to change my background or sit up or something. I'm kind of all over the joint here. I'm just hanging out in Mom's basement. I don't know if any of you guys saw that comment on my on one of the posts that Tyler put out. That was comical. If you have a chance, check that out. That's pretty comical. All right. JK Buck, what's up? Idris, how are you? All right, so starting off with the VIX. Now, this is VX, VIX futures, not VIX, the index. Okay, this is the leading indicator for our U.S. indices. We got through rollover, right? So everything's cool there. So we're back on the continuous contract. Now, I know, before you guys say anything, I know that TradingView doesn't look exactly like this, and I don't know what to tell you other than to keep sending messages to TradingView asking them to not roll the VIX contract, not roll the VIX futures contract until it expires. Right? Edward, oh, goodness, thank you. Whew. All right, thanks, Ed. Glad you're here, buddy. Good to see you. All right. So again, if you want change, we can sit and complain about it, or we can try to do something about it. So message your friendly TradingView support and ask them to not roll the VIX contract until it expires, right? Because I know this is a pain for you guys. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's why I keep throwing them up here, right? Keep making sure you guys understand where we currently are. So on the current VIX contract, now we got to zoom out and remember we're in larger short setups. Absolutely we are. From these October 17th highs, right, to our just draw from 2790 to 1580. All right, this is on the continuous. 2790 to 1580. You can see we're in shorts, absolutely. Or I should say, we're in resistance levels, absolutely. But we have not broken this series of longs that we've been in. All right, and the most recent one, the most recent long that we're in, I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see a little bit better. All right, as far from these 1805s to these 2180s. All right, there's the pullback, never broke, never hit our target, defending. Right, so this is a massive support level. Now, what we did yesterday, okay, or I should say, what the hell day is today? Thursday? Tuesday, is we had our next in our series of measured moves here on the way up, and these broke. Okay, so we broke the trend, all right, but we fell back into our halfway back. So what we're watching this morning, all right, is, and you'll see the inverse of this on the indices. All right, from this high, 2245, that's a weird number, 2245 to our lows at 1950. All right, great year. That resistance is going to tell us a ton going into the rest of the week. All right, because if we come up here and we hold and then we roll back over, right, that means that, excuse me, that shorts, right, are in control. We're going to see a rally on the indices. Okay, a rally out there off the indices halfway back longs. But if we don't, and if we go up here and break these, yes, we have resistance up here, but that's going to be real spooky, okay, for the indices, right? So that's going to be our, this is an explosion level right here, all right? So we need these shorts to hold. So anything below 33, 35, 40, anything below the 2140s, right? 2140 and below, we're still holding this short, right? We break the 2140s, trade 45s, this thing could lift off. Granted, you know, we've got our resistance, we know that, but we don't want to try to pick a bottom on the indices if we're breaking these 40s, okay? Because we will more than likely have a risk-off event on the indices if that happens, okay? So this is going to be the big telltale up here. And it looks like more than likely we might get here sometime while we're on the call. All right, but this news in 5 minutes could really tell the tale here, okay? Now, we did run into the 38.2, and if you go and look at the March contract, you'll see it's just a little bit different. And I don't want to confuse everybody, but if you go to the new contract, that we are right at that short already. Okay, we're right there already. All right, we don't want to misidentify trend break, so we're gonna use that continuous. Okay, so you can see we're at a pretty important level here. All right, if you want to get real creative, and if you want to make it easy on yourself for you trading view people, you can draw from these 2245s to 1950. Okay, I'll give you that here. 2245 to 1950. All right, so 2245, right there. 1950. Where am I going? Where am I going? There we go. All right. So, trading view, if you want to make it easy, I don't know if this is easy or not, but just go to your March contract and draw from 2245 to 1950. And then you've got the same draw. Okay. All right, and there's that resistance. All right, hopefully you guys followed me. I just cut and pasted that from the continuous. Okay. So either way you want to look at it, right? Either way you want to look at it, whatever makes it easier for you trading to you guys, based on where your prices are, right, on your charts. Okay. So we'll see here probably in about 2 minutes, right? What that's going to do. Okay, any questions here on VIX? Any questions, guys? Anybody? No? Good. Edward, you good? Everybody good? Amanda, you all caught up? Okay. All right, good deal. Okay, moving on. Remember, guys, we got news in about a minute and a half. You're lost, Ed? No, you're not. I'm just saying that so I redo everything. If you want to keep me from getting to the ES, Ed, keep yapping. I'll make it 37 minutes this time before I get to the ES. All right. Okay, moving on. All right, so financials. All right, now bank is still, yeah. All right, bank is holding. It held our halfway back in the year. Right now, remember, these are the financials in our markets. This is just an index. This isn't traded. But the bank is rising. That puts a tailwind behind the indices, creates positive environment. If the bank is falling, creates a headwind, negative environment. So we held our halfway back on the year, January 2nd to highs, right? But we never broke this. This short from highs, our opposing move, never broke that, right? So now we're watching this. Speaking of watching, let's see here real quick. We got like 5 seconds till news. Let's see what this does here. Hopefully we get a little bit more than that. Wow, this is a whole lot of nothing so far. Kind of built up that excitement there a little bit. Unemployment came in. Wow, that's a huge beat. Unemployment came in at 206. Forecast 223 came in at 206. Last week was 227. All right, Philly Fed. Wow, big beat. Okay, Okay. Well, I guess nobody cares. Everybody's so numb from everything in the world that no one cares. All right. So there we go. There's our news. Sorry to disappoint everyone. That's all we got for now. Okay. Anyway, all right. So moving on. Our financials. So there's our halfway back in the year. We didn't break the opposing move here. So what we're watching is where are we going to open up and what direction are we moving, because there is this long from lows that held and bounced yesterday. All right. So we'll just see. Like I said, we just care more like intraday, which direction we're moving. So we'll see where we open up and what direction we're moving. But if we do break these longs, right, there's room for financial weakness. Right, there'd be room for financial weakness. Okay, so we'll see. All right, moving on. Okay, so now to the ES. So here's where the ES is. Now we traded into these massive long setups down here, but just like inverse VIX, we didn't break this opposing short. Okay, and that's drawn from our highs on February 11th down here to this low on the 13th. There was our pullback. We never hit this target down here, so we just leave the draw right where it is, and we traded into it again, and we're falling out of it. So here's the inverse of that VIX draw. That VIX short. This is the inverse. All right, from 67.91 to 925.75. All right, and there's that pullback, just inverse right here of this. Right, now remember that indices can be sloppy, right, because they're not going to bounce until the VIX gets to resistance. So if we've got more room and we keep squeezing higher, then the indices could break those long setups, but it wouldn't matter because the VIX would have to break this. Okay, so we'll see there. Now when we're looking at our gap, see, we're coming right back down to support. So here's our 20 points away. All right, our gap fill is up at 95.50. All right, 95.50 right here. All right, here's 10 points away, here's 20 points away. Now we're below 20 points. Okay, we're below 20 points as of right now. But we are at support. So if the VIX starts to roll over from where it is, right here at this 38.2, the VIX can't make new highs and we start pulling back, right, you'll see us more than likely squeeze above these 20 points by the open. And if we open inside of these 20 points away from the gap fill, right, that gives us our high probability that we're going to fill the gap, right, and potentially continue the trend. So we'll see. Now, if we open down here outside of these and the VIX is continuing to climb, then it's going to be a struggle bus to get to the full gap fill. So keep an eye on the half today, right? That's always a high probability play. All right, keep an eye on the half. But we'll see as we get closer where we open. Okay? And it's all going to depend on what we do right here. Right? If this, remember, the indices are going to move further, farther, faster than the VIX does. So even a few more ticks here into this resistance, the indices would drop. And then we'll have to revisit, obviously, if we get here. All right. So we'll see if we can get through these, see if the VIX can get through these highs or we start to sell off. All right. So any questions on the VIX or the gap fill? Hang on real quick. Anybody? All right, everybody good? All right. Get this back here. Okay. All right. So moving on. What's the anchor on the ES? Yep, it is 67.91. That was at 10:15 on the 17th, 10:15 on Tuesday. moving on. NASDAQ looks real similar. There's our much larger long setup. Very welcome in. There's our much larger long setup. But here's that short. Now remember, again, it never hit its target. Its target's down here. So we just leave the draw right where it is. So from our highs on the 11th down here to our lows on Friday, there was the pullback, never hit the target. So we pierced it just a little bit, but it doesn't matter because the VIX didn't break. So there's the pullback equivalent to the VIX on the NASDAQ. Okay. So we'll let the gap fill. Remember, the gap fills up here on the ES. So we'll let the ES gap fill and the VIX be our guide. Okay. We're getting a little poppy here. VIX must be. Yep, coming out of that high. All right, so we'll see. Now you can see a scenario if this acts as resistance and we fall back down to the bottom of this range, the indices are going to rally. Right? Indices are absolutely going to rally. All right, at least back up into the tops of their ranges. So there's the NASDAQ. Right? There's your NASDAQ support right there. Okay? Are we within 20? Yep, there's our 20 right there. We'll see if we can close up here above these 20 points. Right? And then more than likely what will happen if we close above these 20 points, we'll have a pullback. We'll see if these 20 points defend, and if they do, that can give us that entry into the. All right, so there we go. So there's the NASDAQ. Now the YM and the Russell is a little bit different. When you look at the YM, okay, this looks like a mess, but it's not. Trust me. Here is this larger move that we're in. Right, this is halfway back on the year. Okay, January 2nd to highs. That's what's holding right there. All right, that's halfway back on the year. Okay, but as with the others, we haven't broken the opposing move yet. Okay, if all of these indices would break this opposing move, right, or more importantly, the VIX would break the long, then we can start buying pullbacks all until the Fed. Okay, but right now this is just kind of sideways. So there's really not a whole lot in the middle here. We'll see if these have started to defend. You know, you can make the case that we're starting to defend. This is kind of Fred Flintstone getting the car going. Right, the very first pullback here from that low, those broke, obviously. But then we went up and we hit the target. See that? Even after we broke, new high, so we'll put that up there. So let's draw from these lows on February 13th to this high yesterday, and we're starting to defend that long right there. Okay, so we'll see if that continues to act as support, right? That can lead us higher. Now watch bank, right? Because if bank opens up and starts to rally, that's going to add a huge tailwind behind the YM and the Russells. Okay, because they're the most sensitive to bank. All right, but definitely could be some possibility here if we get bank strength. Now, if bank opens up and starts to sell off, these guys are going to fall. All right, the YM and the Russells are going to fall. All right, so moving on to the Russells. All right, now the Russells, when you zoom out, it's in just this nasty wedge, right? Lower highs, higher lows. Right, it's just getting stuck in here. All right, so all we're waiting for is the middle of the hold. Right, the middle obviously has not held at all. We break shorts from highs, we break longs from lows. So we've got this drawn up to see if the middle is going to hold this time. Right now, this isn't a blindly trusted type trade. But if we open up and we get bank strength, then the Russells could start to lift out of the middle of that wedge. Okay, so that's what we're watching. These are from our lows on the 13th last Friday to our highs yesterday. So there's that pullback. So we'll see if we can start to lift off from there. We're going to need bank strength, right? I mean, regardless, we need bank strength, but especially for the Russells and the YM. But we're starting to hold this now in the middle. All right. Okay, so there's the there's the YM and the Russells. Back there. There we go. What do we got going here? Let's see. No real sell-off yet. It's obvious, right? Like coming out of our lows overnight. There's 3 a.m. There's Europe right there. All right. Obviously, there's a long holding right there. All right. So it's going to be a battle to get through that. All right. It's going to be a battle to get through that. Okay. So we still got a little bit of room here. We still got a little bit of room to get up to resistance. All right. So let's see if we're going to start defending those 20 points. All right. All we know right now is this is support. Right. That's all we know right now. All right. It'd be perfect case or perfect scenario is the big squeeze is up here, hits this profit target, hits this resistance, right? And we start to sell off from there, even into a next major move, and that would lead us in the direction of the fill. Okay, so it's almost like just get it over with, get there, and then roll over. We'll see. We'll see. Any questions, big spank indices? Anybody? Before we get moving? Everybody good? Okay. All right, moving on. Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin, this is getting interesting here. We're still in these extension shorts. We've been in these extension shorts for a while. I believe it's November 21st. When was that? Yeah, November 21st, lows to lows. We're still in that extension short. Absolutely. All right. Now, what's interesting here is when you zoom in, this long from low still hasn't broken. We know that, right? This long, we haven't broken this opposing move. We've been stuck in here. But our halfway back in the week is holding, okay, to the short side. So Sunday night, all right, there's our pullback. All right, there's our halfway back in the week. All right, haven't quite hit that target yet, so we'll just leave this here. But if we break these 64,877s, that's going to confirm that extension short, and that gives us a target of 55. Wonder if anybody's going to start paying attention then. All right, but if we defend this again, we can squeeze right back to the top of the range. But isn't that interesting that our halfway back in the week is holding? Right? Right there. Right? Interesting. All right, and then you can see, very technical. Anybody know the next move? See, we haven't hit this target yet. Right? We haven't hit this target yet. So there is something in here leading us down to these targets. Anybody know what I'm getting ready to draw up? What it's called? The technical term for it? Inside of that larger move? Anybody? Anybody know what it's a? It's not a joke, but it's not the technical term. What do you? What do we call those? What do we call those? No. Nobody gonna take a shot at it? Lay it all out there, see if you're right. There we go. Worker bee. Yes, there's a little worker bee in here. Little worker bees in there. There we go. Ty, what's up? J.K. Buckway, who are you? I don't like that. The name throws me off. I don't know if that's JD. Forget which one you are. Cosmo, that's what it is. Right? A briefcase full of crackers. What up? All right. I watched that clip the other day, by the way. It came on my feed. He's all fired up, ready in the morning, making breakfast over at Jerry's. Smacks his briefcase, gotta go. TCB, taking care of business. All right. Just laughing at that. Yes, exactly. So here's our little worker bee inside of this, right? Because we haven't hit that target yet. So we needed this little worker bee in here. right? We need this little worker bee to get us down here. Now, when we get to these targets, right, we'll see if we fall through these, right, and we don't see a significant bounce at that profit target, might be in trouble, right? Well, it's in trouble, obviously. We've lost over 50% of our value in 4 months. I'd say that's trouble. But what I mean is, for any long hopes, you're going to dash your hopes and dreams here if this breaks, right? So if we do go through these profit targets, we could go into we could have little extension shorts here, start leading us down. We'll see. But we're getting to those. We'll get to see these profit targets right here. See what happens when we get there. But we are holding that halfway back in the week, right? So, oh yeah, lost 50%. Remember, we were at 128 or 127.5. We were at 127.5 in October. Right, October 6th. That was the date. So October, November, December, January. Yeah, just over 4 months. Gone from 127 to 66. All right. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Paz. And that's the scary part, is we've got until between September 6th and October 6th. Right? So you would think that eventually we're going to get a halfway back pullback. Right? Eventually these smaller extensions that we're in are going to break, and we're going to get that full pullback. If not, we're going to get to frickin' 33.5 by May. Right? If not sooner, and then who knows? So we'll see. All right, we'll see. All right, so moving on now, crude oil. This is what we were talking about with crude oil. Okay, we've got a lot going on here with crude oil. We've been in this massive range, right? All these dip into lows, rallies, dip into highs, sell off, dip into low, rally. Now we're dipping into highs, but we are also finally getting up, and I believe we're going to actually trade the pullback. We haven't officially lit the fuse yet and fired off all those orders. All right, so we've still got a little bit of room up to those 66.70s, call it. All right, and there is a high up here. All right, so let's move this to here. All right, so you could see a scenario. All right, you can see a scenario right there. All right, dip into highs. Oh, my draws are getting all jacked up. Oh, by the way, Tamika, I nailed that 20-point level today. The chopsticks with the fly. I hit it. I promise I did. Keeps happening when nobody's looking. I'm being serious too. Yeah. I'm being serious. I'm not saying like, oh, look at the big fish I caught, but I threw it back like fish stories. I really did. Just believe me. No, I really did. Yeah, it started talking about the winter coming. Yeah, we knew that as soon as we broke longs, right? As soon as we broke longs on October 6th, everything lined up, right? Time and price. So, you know, we'll see. We've got until between September and October 6th. All right, so we'll see how low we get. Yeah, I know, Mr. Paz. I was thinking about that too. Nobody's going to believe me. Anybody. Anyway, there's a dip into highs. So what we're going to watch for here at these highs, it'd be real nice if we touched that. And then, but markets don't do what we ask them to. All right, so we'll see if we can get a 1 hour bar. Now we've got some time, remember, because crude oil inventories is at noon today. So we really don't want to get in before that unless you're looking at, you know, like a short-term intraday trade. But we'll see. Look at the possibility here, right? This possibility. So we'll see. I'll definitely be looking at this afternoon to see if we can get a 1 hour bar to close red below these highs, right? And see if that will give us an entry down into the bottom of this range. at least into the halfway back, which would be about here. Still a huge trade. All right, so that's where crude oil is. All right, now gold and silver, despite the dollar strength trades that we're in, right? Despite the dollar strength trades. Okay, gold has gone up. Now we've still got this larger short below, so we have to break. But despite the dollar strength, we have held these longs coming off the lows. That was on the 5th to our highs, right? Coming out of that, and we saved that 61.8. But look what it's done. I woke up to an email this morning, an alert saying that this is broken, and it made me happy. So we've broken that short now. So we are absolutely going to watch this. Okay? Absolutely going to watch this pullback now. All right, so we've traded support. We broke that short. So if we can get this pullback here, who knows how high we're going. All right, I mean, we still got to get through this, but we'll watch this for sure. All right, and if that keeps going up, we're just going to keep extending the top of that draw. All right, we're just going to keep extending the top. There we go. The top of this draw, if for some reason we keep making new highs. All right, and looking for this pullback here. All right, that's a big deal on gold. Okay, now when we go to silver, silver hasn't broken that yet. Okay, the same draw. Silver's being a little sloppy down here. All right, but there's that short that gold broke. Okay, so silver hasn't broken it yet, but if gold continues to rally, like I said, this is, we talked about this as a dog on a retractable leash. If gold gets too far away, it's going to snap silver up with it. So we'll see if we can get up here and break this. There's not a whole lot to do right here at this moment, right at these highs. But if we do break this, we're going to watch for the same thing as gold. We're going to watch for that pullback, see if we can get a hold of that one. And that one's going to lift us off. Right? Okay. So hopefully, Tamika, if you got shaken out of this, we might get another opportunity, and I'll be taking it too. Another opportunity if we can break that and get that pullback. And then that gives us insane targets. Right? 147. All right. Okay. Now, moving on to the dollar. See, this is where it gets interesting. Here's DXY. We're in dollar strength trades. This is all dollar strength. Okay, now this isn't the dollar, it's an index. Right? A bunch of different currencies in here. But usually it's an easy way to look at dollar strength and weakness. Now, look where we are. All right, here's this next pullback. Right? We traded it once. Right? But we didn't break this long, remember? We didn't break this long. We're right back up at it now. So we're in a straight up or not at all type scenario. Okay, because here was our pullback. Right, here was our pullback. Remember DXY is an index. There's the target. We've gone to and through the target. Okay, so we're drawing from this highs to highs. All right, from that high on 17th, what was that, Tuesday? Highs to highs. Right there. All right, so this is a straight up or not at all, because we know if that breaks, more than likely we're making this full pullback and we're going to go into dollar weakness trades, at least for a little bit. Okay? Now, things get really interesting when you actually look at the currencies that are inside of this, the things that actually make the difference. All right, so here's the dollar yen. Okay, the dollar yen has squeezed all the way back into this short. Remember, we never traded it. We traded the 38.2, never hit the target, so we just leave the draw right there. All right, but from the 8th down here to this low on the 11th, we've traded that level now. Now we're in a straight up or not at all. Right, we had these longs off the lows. Right, these longs off the lows that finally held, went through the target. So now we're in these highs to highs. All right, right there. And you can see we're ripping off of that extension, right? So we'll see. Because if that breaks, if we trade into this resistance, break the long, we know we're potentially changing trend and we're going to fall. Okay? And this falling more than likely is going to be dollar weakness. Okay? All right, so that's where we are there. So it's running into resistance. Now, our precious metals have been going up in spite of dollar strength. Okay, so if we can get dollar weakness, should throw a real nice tailwind behind gold and silver. All right, now here's the euro. Okay, the euro has now gone to and through this target. All right, this short target. From our highs on the 10th to our lows on the 17th, there was that pullback, right? Well, there was that target lined right up with a potential long setup, but we just blew through that. So we're going to watch the same thing. We're going to watch these lows to lows. Right? And if these lows to lows, let me get rid of this. All right, if these lows to lows continue to hold, we're going to go down in extensions. Now, spooky part, if these are going down in extensions and this is in a short and starts to go down, we got to be very careful, right? That's dollar or yen carry trade unwind. Okay, so I have to watch here. Now, if we break these, it's a straight down or not at all. So if we break these, there could be counter trend pullbacks that could lead us all the way back up. And that would be dollar weakness. Okay, which should put a tailwind behind the precious metals. All right. So that's what we've got. We've got these straight down or not at all on our dollar trades. All right, so what do we got going here? VIX really going a whole lot of nowhere. Still flirting with these 20 points, so we'll see where we open up at 9:30. Right, just remember, if we open outside of these 20, right, that means more than likely the VIX is squeezing, and we don't want to try to pick a bottom, right, until the VIX finds its resistance and rolls over, because if the VIX keeps going up from these, that's going to be a risk-off environment. It's going to be a gap and go type day. All right, so we'll see going into the open. All right. Okay, remember we do have news at 10. Right, we do have news at 10. So any questions, guys? Any questions? Anything you might miss? Oh, look at Bitcoin. Getting down to that target now, so we'll see. Yeah, so we've traded that target. All right, of that halfway back in the week, right there. We just traded it. There's some profit taking right there. So we'll see. We'll see. Miss Mary Rose, how are you? Very welcome. Welcome, Amanda. Welcome, JD. All right, thanks everybody. Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir.
All right, sounds good. Thanks everyone. Talk to you noon.
Thanks, Aaron.
All right, see you all. All right.
All right, guys. We'll be back on. I don't think Adidas can make it today, but Jordan and I will be back on for live trading today. So make sure you guys are back for the market open. And we will see you guys. Hopefully we'll be able to catch some good trades and make some monies today. So see you guys all here very shortly. Good morning, everybody. We're back. Market open here in about 8 minutes. So waiting for Jordan to join us here. I don't know what you guys are feeling. I'm a little torn on what I'd like to see today. Once again, the market's just not giving me anything that I'm in love with off the bat. I think the gap fill over 68.74 is on the table. That's something I'll be watching for at market open. We'll see here over the night session. We pretty much gave up. I guess yesterday with the end of day kind of fade, we didn't really make that much move higher yesterday. I mean, we did. Yes, got up to 69.25s, and we kind of faded back down to the opening print, and then saw this kind of end of day rally again here. So, but we faded back down. Looks like we're going to open right around yesterday's open. I did just start a new Tradeify account today. Got one of the 150K select accounts, which the Tradeify current promo is 30% off all accounts, 40% off the 150K accounts, 150K select accounts, I should say. Code stocked ads. So I snagged me one of those today that I'm going to be trading on. Oh, what's up, Jordan? Looks like you're muted on your end, Jordan. Oh, I got you now. Yep. No, you're good. You're good. What's up, man? How are you? Yes, sir. I finally got the weather warming up a little bit here, so. Yeah. I accidentally put your camera where your chart goes, so I got you nice and full screen. Guess we can't. Why is it doing that? Guess one can. I think Jordan just got lost. I think he's having a little bit of internet connectivity issues. There you go. Okay. Yeah, it looked like maybe your internet was based off of the thing. All right. All right, we got you now. We got you now. Let's see. Oh, yeah. We got him. No Adidas today. Guy's got like a job or kids, some sort of responsibility. What a lame, you know?
All right. How dare he be?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, bro. Crazy.
Crazy works.
So are you watching for anything out of the gate, or are you going to let things play out here?
me 2 seconds. Hold
Yeah,
on.
you're good. Yeah, and we're kind of just right around the middle of yesterday's range still. So just like just nothing real exciting one way or the other.
I do think he looks a little scrumptious to me. I won't lie.
A little scrumptious.
Um, yeah, I am liking this idea of some opening shorts if we're feeling froggy.
I could see that. I could see that for sure.
If we're feeling froggy, let's see. Like we if we get beneath this 827, what are stops? Oh, stops not even wide today. Ooh, yeah. Let me actually see. Yeah, we get. We're like, you know what's gonna happen, which I can see happening already, and it's gonna severely irk me. We're gonna like get to like 829, bounce before 930, and then flush. That's normally how toxic the market's been,
Yeah.
and then it like drives me insane. And then like you take it now, it's gonna bounce at 827 and go up 100 points. But yeah, I guess you could say brother is looking short, but we got about a minute. Let's see. We come on. Let's see. Thank you. Give me. You could be a nice guy today.
Be a little straightforward.
Oh my gosh, I would love it. See, he's approaching this level here. Come on, just flush it for me.
Yeah. On NQ, I have like the little end of the day level from yesterday at 24,875, which we've
Mhm.
been kind of rejecting, trading right around pre-market here. So if we were to just kind of sell off towards yesterday's lows here out of the gate, it would definitely not shock me. And then I have some room down to 24,526 below that. So about 200 points, 225 points of room below
Yeah,
yesterday's low if we get there.
it's doing exactly what I said it's about to do. Now watch open happen and it flushes. Watch.
We
Oh, doesn't.
got the gap down here to open.
Let's see. Let's see.
Yes, gap fills around 93, 68, 93. So about 20 points away exactly.
All right, let's see in this area here. Oh my gosh, thank you. Are we gonna play this Ranger stuff again today? Or are we gonna be a good boy? It's so crazy. I've been not marking off the opening print recently.
Really? Yeah, it's
I
one of
think
those
so.
things that like if you you know what I mean, you use it enough, you kind of know where it's at. But I still do just for visual purpose. But
All right, come on, come back down, Daddy.
got a little rejection of 24,875s initially here. Part of me wants to try the ES long for a gap fill. Let's see, stop. You have to go stop at 65, so about 10-point stop for about a 20. So you got about a 2-to-1 R here. I don't know if I want to call blasting, you know.
All right, let's go look at gold. Anytime
Oh,
you say
there you go.
something stupid, I'm just like, you know what? I'm not playing these games with you today, brother. I'm not playing these games with you today, brother.
I have ES over the level, NQ not.
Gold could actually give us a. Okay, let's see what gold wants to do. Let's see.
Why does it do that? It's so stupid. That gold chart looks so wild with extended hours off.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, my issue on gold is I just don't have any of my levels nearby. All four indices show a little weakness. I mean, put an initial 2-minute green bar, but I'm actually watching for a potential ES long. I'm gonna try one here. I'm at 72.50.
Oh my god.
That's not the initial reaction I wanted.
Look. Oh my god. I can't believe that just happened.
Alright, happy with that. So I'm in at 72.50. I gotta stop at 67. I'm just gonna get 60. You know, I'm gonna go under this. I'm gonna stop at 66.75. So basically a 6-point stop, and I got about a 20-point target. But rejecting the 73, 75s again back in the OP is not what I wanted to see, so we'll see.
It's like, what are you trying to do?
Whole lot of nothing so far, huh? Only 5 minutes in here.
All right, guys. I am watching NQ sales.
Yeah, back under the opening print. I want the open to holder. I'm gonna just take my quick stop here, which is fine.
All right, we'll take NQ sales.
Yeah, I got stopped there.
I got filled. Oh wow, what a dump. Stops at break even here. Oh, I lied. No stops at break even just yet, actually. My stop is at 844. Boom, there we go. 40 points right there. Damn. Now stops at break even.
Good stuff.
50 points. 820 was my fill. Oh my gosh. I caught a banger.
Heck yeah, dude.
Here. It happens so fast I can't even I'm trying to figure out how I want to even.
I'm over here just pissed off because my wife texted me that she dropped her daughter off at school and somebody said that our car had a rear flat tire and I just got brand new tires put on the car. Like, what do you mean we have a flat tire?
What do you mean?
I just spent
Come on, come back down. Almost gave me a 2R.
NQ or ES tagged previous day's low here.
Come back down. Don't even. NQ, come on. You were so close. Give me a 2R. Yo, don't start that toxic stuff today. Bro, we bounced from 50 points. That was, come on, yo. That was crazy. Come back down.
Why is this not working? Why is it not?
Oh my god, I got BE'd on that.
Why is it not filling my order? What is happening?
Yo, I'm gonna go until if we flush.
Don't do it.
Oh my god, I'm gonna go until if we flush.
Holy crap. Uh-oh. Turns out it was just delayed. Oh boy, I'm in much bigger than I wanted to be. Oh boy. I tried taking 4 contracts and it didn't fill me. So I hit the button again and it didn't fill me. So I hit the button again and I ended up opening 12 instead of 4. What the heck? Oh, that's stupid.
Sometimes NQ and I just be having the worst days.
That delay was just brutal, dude.
I'm gonna eye NQ cells here again.
I actually tried the ES longs one more time just to see if we got that spike below yesterday's low, see if we can get back up to the gap fill. Alright.
Oh bro, NQ's being toxic today.
Alright, that puts me back at break even from the first loss here, but I'm looking for more. Should have just kept the 12, bro. I'd be sitting pretty.
Dog, the drop happened so fast. I was up 59 points, couldn't even get the second trim off.
You did get a trim though, but then you got stopped at break even.
I stopped breaking the other. That was supposed to flush. I'll take another one. This wants to be bearish, man. Come on, stop playing around.
My entry on ES is at 68.65.
All right. Relax.
Another OP rejection here.
Relax. Guys, I am iron NQ cells here again. Come on, come to daddy. Break this low. Come on, break this low. Come on, break this low.
Are you just eyeing cells still, or have you entered?
Eyeing cells.
Okay.
I'm still eyeing right here. If we break this candle slow.
We haven't quite triggered, but we break the previous 2-minute bar. That'll trigger a 2-minute sell.
Oh, this bouncing for no reason. Come on, just flush.
I just held those 12 accidental 12 contracts a little longer. I could have made my money on that pop and been happy.
Come on. All right, I'm taking NQ cells here.
2-minute sell just triggered.
I took NQ cells here. My stop is at 814. I thought at 786. Come on, flush. I swear to God.
Tricky, bit of a tricky morning. That you look at opening, look at the 2-minute chart. Kind of a choppy back and forth here on the open.
I got tapped. Oh, bastards.
Still holding the ES longs here. My stop's at 56, so I got a 9-point stop on this one. 56.75, so technically I got an 8.25 stop. So my stop's below this low. My entry's like right here. What's my entry? I'm at 65, yeah. So
I don't think this is. I mean, let's see.
we'll see here. I need us to get above the opening print and 68.73s, and I'll feel a lot more comfortable. Not that I'll feel comfortable if you ever get too comfortable to trade, but if we get above those levels, I may look to move stop to break even at least. The current move, I've made back my earlier loss, and I am in the green here. There's a nice push into VWAP. What did I say the gap fill was? Gap fill is at right around 90s, depending on how I guess you judge the gap fill. But for me, I got it right around 93. Which is also the overnight open is at 91.75. So I'm actually gonna put my first trim at 68.89s. Uh-oh, I don't like this VWAP. It's a good 5-minute close, but I don't like the little, I don't want to see us reject VWAP here. NQ is still pretty decent below VWAP. Come on. That's not what we want. That's not what we want. No, that's not what we want. Oh, that's ugly. That's
Just to do this, bro. I knew it was about to happen.
Bro. Ah, that's annoying. Oh, that's annoying. Come on.
Bro, in Q, bro. What a bastard.
Oh my gosh. That's an ugly looking 5-minute. Oh, I'm debating on just closing a break even here. I don't want to get shooken out, but
It's crazy.
downside looks good now, I think, to be honest. I don't know. VIX is making the move higher. Decisions.
Wow. Wow. I'm gonna say cash right now. I knew we were gonna end up rejecting because we were just hugging that VWAP, but it's just they're chopping us in this little range between.
Yeah, ES got the ugly 2-minute hammer candle, and then we're like immediately trying to hold it here. Oh, come on, baby. Hold this. All right, back above the open on ES looks better. I got this cut on my finger. I was picking out a scab over here. Come on, baby. I'm actually gonna moving down my first trim to 65. 64.75. I'm gonna take half off if we get there. That's 4.75 points higher than that last push we just got. Need over the 73.75s here.
I don't know what's going on today.
Chad, if you were watching yesterday, I was talking about the Olympic hockey games. The good news is my boy Crosby not rolled out, which I don't really care about Canada per se, but more for my Penguin season. All right, come on, 73.75. Those are some crazy games yesterday, though. A couple OT games had me stressing.
OT, never much love, no OT. Have we had a breakout this week?
Uh,
I feel like the answer is no. I have to think about it.
a breakout this week, is that what you said?
Like a strong a strong trend day.
Not really. We had the short week, so there's no trading Monday. Tuesday we had like a little push up, but followed by a bigger move down, and then we completely erased it and rallied back to the highs, but then just kind of stalled out there. And then yesterday we got the push up, and it didn't get the follow through. It then faded back down to the open. We got a little rally off the open, so we've really only had 2 trading days, and they've both been kind of range bound. Like they've had moves in them, right? But we haven't got a trend day at all. Really, probably the last trend day we had looks like maybe it was Thursday of last week. Where's that Friday?
I thought today was about to get it. Oh my gosh, I hate scalping. I hate selling to sell. Because here we are.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's gonna end up flushing here.
Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that.
Oh, sorry.
Not yet. Listen. Give your boy 10 more points. Then it can do whatever the heck it wants.
Yeah, this range is nasty.
So I don't ever use chapstick. I have a theory. I have a theory that it weakens your lips' ability to moisture themselves.
Okay.
But I came back from Aruba, from like the super warm to the super cold, and like the edges of my mouth, like lips are getting cracked. So I'm over here chapsticking it up. But
Chapsticking it up.
I don't know if any scientist has ever looked into that, but I think Big Chap is just a ploy to get us hooked on chapstick. I tell my wife all the time.
Probably. They probably put whatever.
Hey, because she's like, well, how do your lips never get chapped? I'm like, because I never use chapstick. I ain't relying on that ish.
Uh-uh.
I've been trading ES this week as opposed to NQ. Just because NQ's weakness has been a little harsher. But if you want the downside, yeah, I'd say NQ's the way to go for sure. Oh, come on. I'm tempted to just take some profits here just in case we reject VWAP again. I'm in the green still after the initial loss. But I want a little more. Give your boy a little more. There we go. There we go. Come on. Come on, baby. Get above the WAP here. Get above the WAP. There it is. All right. There we go. There we go. Come on. Come on. Come on, Lee.
Come on.
You ever what's the movie with Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan? Why can't Rush Hour? Yeah,
Yeah,
Chris Tucker. He's always like, come on, Lee. So funny.
legendary,
Those
legendary movie. I'm
dude, those
finally
movies are so good.
they don't make them how they used to.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Come on, baby, give it to me. We need another 2 points here. No. I moved stop to break even on this trade. I didn't get my trim filled by a point here. I don't want to be a dick for a tick here, but come on. There it is. There it is. Let's go. Let's go. All right, I took half there. So I'm locked in on a green day no matter what here. Remainder stops at break even for the time being. Willing to trail these up higher. Still got about 10 points for the gap fill. It's a nice 2-minute close, but NQ's rejecting the level and VWAP. Man, gold, you from the time you said let's take a look at gold, it's gone straight up.
Bro, this is I'm telling you, the market this week has just been like I don't. Sometimes I'll be looking like I don't even know how I'd be in the still green because it's like
Well, then you size really well for sure. Like
I saw my risk management is on like a
it's better than any other. We've talked about this, but it's definitely better than any other like trading influencer that I've seen, for sure.
because I haven't really caught. That's what I was doing. I'm like, I haven't really like Monday I made 270. Tuesday I lost 111. Wednesday I made 62. Today I'm so far down 75. Still green 145. Like we'll see if I get on a trade today / Friday. But it'll be weird. Like Friday will end up being like a trend day. You up, made like 400, $500.
Yeah.
Like, all right.
And that's all you need, really, right? If you can manage the other days of the week and then have one good day, then it's a great week. You know what I mean?
I thought today was gonna be that day. Like that's what I was like, dog.
Okay, you're getting a little hyped. Okay, I got you. Cool. Well, you mentioned you were like, bro, I'm about to go on tilt, and I was like, I've never seen you go on tilt, dude. I've never seen it.
I like took the trade and then I was like it instantly flushed. So I went over like I had to move my mouse from like my main monitor to the right side. I'm looking. I tried out a P&L watch. I'm up like $370. So I took my stops at break even, and I was trying to adjust. And once I realized the 2R, I moved my stops to the original 1R. But before I could do it, we inched at the target, and then we put it in a failure to go lower aggressively. I'm like, bro, if I get tapped at BE, I'm gonna be sick. And then we got tapped at BE, and then I thought we come back down. I was like, oh, bro, I swear to God. Dude. Like, yeah, I didn't move my mouse fast enough.
Oh, and man. If I'm watching, like if I'm you and I'm watching that and I got in that short, ES had broken previous day's low. So for me as a target, I would be thinking, oh, well, NQ's at least going to go tag previous day's low. And we didn't even get there. We missed it by, looks like about 10 points. So I agree. If I were you in that trade, I would have been mad frustrated.
Oh my goodness. So it's like that, like those, and that's why I be like trying to chill. But yeah, I mean, we're human. It happens. But oh my gosh, because that would have been like, all right, cool. Now I'm at a $405 week again. Relaxing, cooling.
Yeah.
But that means that hypothetically speaking, that on Friday, tomorrow, I'm expecting the trend day. I'm gonna put it out there in the universe.
It's I mean, it feels due for one for sure.
We're at least once a week where, and I say a trend day. Some people might be like, "Oh, we got trend days." I'm talking about where like we pick a direction and we stay that direction, not like
Yeah.
oh we were down and up then back down. Like
Yeah.
that's I call that just a roller coaster. I'm talking about just like we open up short, or we flush 100 points, or 300 points. We open them long and we like
Yep.
you just you buy the pullbacks, you buy the dips, and keep dipping.
Yeah. So I wasn't trading last week because I was on vacation, but it looks like Thursday of last week we had like off the
Oh,
rip. It
yeah,
looks like that big sell off, and we sort of consolidated near the lows, and then in that last hour of the day, pushed down lower for new lows. Like that's a trend day. Like that's a day we picked a direction off the open. First 2 hours was ugly, down, down, down. Consolidated near the lows for the next several hours, and then pushed lower to end the day. Like it went the same direction all day.
and that's how I like to trade, man.
Oh, I
Keep
feel
it,
that, bro. I'm a trend guy for sure. I'm um I'm moving my stops on the remainder of this position up into profit. Um, my entry's at 65. I'm gonna move my stop to 69.75, just a point underneath the opening print. If this decides to come back on us, we didn't quite get the gap fill, but we got a couple points away.
Chimonly.
Charlie,
No, Inky's being so toxic right now. I could feel it.
bro, I'm like looking back on this. I'm like, I'm wishing you would have just taken them gold longs.
I know, right? Must around NQ. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm off for goal right now as we speak. So I want to see us at least pull back to a level. Let's see, we're approaching. We are approaching.
ES back in a VWAP here. I'd like to see us hold like right here, to be honest. If we're gonna go any higher. Dash strong again today. John Deere. A lot of the big names are like kind of flat or red. I mean, like small red or flat. Oh.
All right now. We doing? What we doing, Gold? We trying to do something? All right, guys. Let's see if no, still. I am eyeing gold longs. If this,
Oh, I like that bar off the VWAP. Let's go.
all right, I took gold longs here. Sorry, that was fast. My stop is at sheesh, what is this? Is at 522.9.
I wasn't looking at the screen, and you have your hood up, and so when you like lean forward, I could see your head, but it was just your black hood.
Oh
So
yeah,
like I
I'm trying
couldn't
to.
actually. I was like, where did he go? He disappeared. Threw me off for a second there.
Oh my gosh, got tapped. What is going on in the market today? Well, my rule of thumb for risk management is if I take 2 losses.
That's it.
I'm done. So
That's a good. At that point, it's just about like emotional control and decision making. At that point, you know, you start making decisions
still
based on emotions.
still green this week. Yeah, I don't know. This week has been tricky, but surviving up right now, still $75.
Yeah, Zach and I talked about that earlier this week, and I was saying how that's really what makes the difference between long-term successful traders and traders who go on these boom and bust cycles is if you can survive when the markets are not in conditions that you particularly like.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, don't look at gold now.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, bro.
No, oh my.
Bro, you've taken two gold trades on stream, and they've both done this.
Yo. I mean, this is just trading.
Yeah, it is, right? Yeah, 100%.
It is what it is.
There it is, baby. All right, I just took another. So I'm down to 1 contract. I was trading ES minis. I had 4. I'm down to 1. But I'm about to just take full out here. We got the gap fill. I mean, based on my level system, ES has got room up to 69.16, but I'm trading this Tradeify account that I just got, so that it's got a 40% consistency. There's no sense in really trying to make any more than I made already, so I'm maybe going to give it a couple more points, but I'm just putting a stop a few points lower here.
Wowzers. Gotta love trading, man.
Gotta love it, you know. You gotta love it. This game is a love-hate relationship for sure.
Yeah, right. It's definitely love-hate.
Yeah, for sure.
It's definitely love-hate. But guys, 1 for 3 today. Still green on the week. Today I lost $145, but I took my second loss.
I'm fully flat there.
I gotta get out of here. I've locked my accounts. We got 1 more day. I know tomorrow's gonna end up giving me what I want. We're gonna bounce back.
There you go. There you go.
But yeah, Tyler, I'll see you later on today.
All right, bro. Sounds good. We'll talk this afternoon.
All right, see you, man.
All right, bye.
All right, peace.
Well, chat. Oh, what did I hit the wrong button? There you go. Well, chat. I'm flat now as well. Let's see. To the 5. I'll hang out for another little bit. I was hoping the women's gold medal game, USA versus Canada, was going to be on during stream. We could watch it together, but it's not on until it'll be on this afternoon. It's on at 1:10. So back this afternoon. Tough day for Jordan there. I am taking that initial loss, and then just kind of a little trade review here, right? So let's go to the hourly real quick. Let me change my settings so you guys can see how I mark my hours here. All right, so this is the hourly without extended hours on. And we have this area, the 6873 level came from basically 2 things. We have the end of the day level here, from red to green, where we held, which just happened to be our opening print, right? This is our open yesterday, our opening candle. So that was just, yesterday we had the gap up. So this we closed with a red candle, gapped up, closed a green candle. So that becomes a level for me. And then end of the day we sold off, had the little rally. I didn't mark it here. Technically speaking, if I were to mark this end of the day level, I would have marked it right there. But since it's just 2 points away, I didn't even mark it. So this area was the area that I was watching today as sort of my line in the sand, the 6873.75s. And so then when we go down to a smaller time frame, this is the 2-minute chart. So right, so we have yesterday's close up here at 93s. We had the gap down. We know it's a high probability to fill the gap. I think it's somewhere around 70% if we're within 20 points. We were right around the 20-point mark. So this was a bit of an early aggressive entry I took on this 2-minute bar. We had kind of put in this lower wick, and we were trying to put in a bit of a green hammer at the time. We'd gotten back above the level, so I tried an early entry with a pretty tight stop. I think it was, if I remember correctly, it was like a 6-point stop. It was just right below the low of the day here. And obviously that got a kind of, yeah, kind of a quick rejection, right? We came back to the open. We tried again. We rallied again here on this bar, but then ultimately ended up stopping me out. And then when we got the spike below previous day's low, this dotted line here, 61.5 was previous day's low, which, or at least I think it was. Why am I not? Oh, yeah, I'm on the 2-minute chart. I need to go further back. Which you can see from right here, that was yesterday's low right here down to this tick. So you come all the way back over. We got that spike below previous day's low, got back up above, and I decided to take another stab. This one was about a 9-point stop, but it had a pretty good R multiple, right? We got in at 65 and we're aiming for 93, so almost a 30-point target with about a 9-point stop. So basically a 3-to-1 R on that one. And let's see, where's my first trim? My first trim was at 85 at the 52. This is so my first, okay, yeah. So we took the entry here on this bar to start spiking back up. First trim was on this big 2-minute push here. Took a trim there. And then we held the remainder here on this push. Took the last one off. We held a runner, and I put my stop like a couple points behind because I wasn't really willing to give any of the profits back. So then when this started to reverse here, we just took a stop and good profits there. So that's how we managed that one. We also here, I'm gonna see if I'll switch my screen here real quick and show you guys. Yeah, show you guys. Oh, well, that's not. Let's see. Unlock this. So you can see the entries on this. So this was so this is actually on the trade of 8, like what I'm actually placing the trades on. Which, by the way, chat, would you guys prefer future reference? I don't know if anybody's still here, how many people are still watching, but would you guys prefer that I show this screen instead of my Thinkorswim? I like to show my Thinkorswim because I mark my levels on it, and that's like what I'm watching to make my decisions on. But you could actually see the executions when I'm trading a prop on Trade of 8, right? So, but anyway, this I'm gonna show you guys this. So, why is it not showing the initial entry? Oh yeah, so the blue, yeah. So this was the initial long. I thought it was on this game. Anyway, so this must have been the initial. It's not showing that. This one. So this. All right. Oh no, here it's just all in the red. So you gotta like really get in here. Okay. So this is the initial entry. This is the initial stop. But then this is the other entry, and you guys heard me. I was like, why is it not filling me? So I like tried to hit buy, and hit buy again. I was like, why is it not filling me? So I hit buy again, and I was trading 4 contracts, and it ended up filling me on 3. I tried to take it 3 times. So I had 12 cons here when I didn't want to. So I just started unloading sell one, sell one, sell one market because I didn't want to be in that big. Until I sold 8 of them. So that's what all these are. That was me just getting rid of those, that delay. Was me getting rid of those extra contracts that I didn't want to have. That's what you see there. And then from there, you can see management on the rest of it, right? So first trim here, second trim here, stop and profit here. So those were the 3 different executions we had there. So Worked out. We've had a solid. It's been a short week, but we've had a solid week. Caught the YOLO on options with Zach on Tuesday. And then yesterday, what did we trade yesterday? Karen was on. I caught something, but I don't remember what it was. Oh, a little bit of ES. I got a little bit of ES, but I think yesterday was a pretty slow day. I didn't trade much. I took that one trade. Took a trim, and then I think I eventually stopped. I think maybe it was like small green, but so yesterday was pretty chill. And also, guys, GameStop. If you guys didn't do GameStop this week, I was slacking just because I was on vacay. I didn't get into it, but sorry, I'm mentioned earlier that this guy told my wife she had a flat tire, and I just got brand new tires, which makes me want to freaking lose my mind. So I completely lost my train of thought. But GameStop, if you guys haven't done it, it's like a $5 entry, and you can win like $500 to $1,000 just by picking a few different stocks, kind of like simulated stock buying, but kind of like fantasy football, but with stock buying. So we've been hosting those tournaments via Stock Dads. Make sure you guys are checking that out. And like I said, this is my Tradeify. I just tried a new Tradeify account. The 150K select accounts are 40% off with code StockDads. So decided to rock one of those today. We do have the game show starting. I was going to see Jordan wanted to do the game show this afternoon. So we'll see. We'll see. If we don't do it this afternoon with him, 100% without a doubt, we'll be doing it next week. But yeah, guys, I don't know. I don't know if there's anything else I really want to do today. Like I said, they weren't my favorite conditions coming into market open today, so I'm happy to catch the win on this eval account. I don't want to push anything too crazy on cash accounts when I don't really like the setup, so that's why I decided to kind of go the prop eval, start a new one today, just kind of try to start building up some more capital here. So may just be a short, a little bit of a short live trading session. Jordan did a good job. I know he took a couple L's, but good job of keeping his risk managed. Me, I take that first L. I'm good at then sizing it up. I take that second L. I size it up. Next thing you know, I dug myself a big old hole. He's got better discipline than me in that respect. That's for sure. Something that I'm still working on. So, shout out to Jordan for that, showing us what it's like to take a couple losses and not let it throw you on tilt or blow you up. That's one of the most important skills you can have as a trader. So, shouts out to the man Jordan. But yeah, unless there's any questions on anything, we may just do a quick live session today. No sense of forcing anything. We'll see what happens here. Market trying to hold VWAP. I mean, we really haven't gone anywhere. We're a little bit above the opening print here. Gap down. We're still just sitting kind of near the lower end of this range, and it's just not the funnest of action, in my opinion. So I don't want to throw a bunch of risk on, like I just said, on anything cash. Today is Thursday, so this will be our last day on YouTube this week. We'll be back on Monday, 8:30 a.m. And this afternoon, Aaron will be back with his nooner, breaking down this morning's action. Jordan and I will be back this afternoon for either the game show or just a little bit of afternoon trading. And then tomorrow, if you wanted to trade, you could trade with all the Stock Dad traders inside the Stock Dads Discord. If you're not a part of that, you should definitely look into trying it out. They have a bunch of different options where you can try it out, I think, for a day or a week, a month, whatever. Yearly, lifetime. You can check out that. It's a great community. A lot of really good traders, a lot of different styles, a lot of different strategies. There's education on longer term investing. It's got a little bit of everything in the Stock Dads Discord. It's not a one-trick pony by any means. There's tons of value in there, tons of things to learn. By the way, I don't know if anybody's on that took Aaron's mentorship program. I think that kicked off. Just curious how it's going for you. if you are one of the lucky few that got accepted. I know they kept that pretty limited. Yes, holding view up here. This yellow line is the overnight open. So you can see we got that gap fill. Gap fill hit the overnight open, profit taking. Makes a whole lot of sense to see a pullback there. Now we'll see who wins from here. Right now the 15-minute on NQ is kind of looking like a 15-minute bit of a failure to go lower here. We break that previous 15-minute high. I don't know, maybe a little QQQ lotto options. I just said I didn't want to do it. Now here I am talking myself into it. I think I'm gonna hold off. I'm not even gonna try. But all right, chat. Solid day. Hopefully you guys were able to catch some value out of it. Hopefully you guys were able to catch the ES gap fill trade with me and make a little bit of money. Money. Go Team USA women. 1 o'clock. I'm supporting my hockey, supporting women's hockey today. Tamika, I want you watching, Tamika. If you're on, Tamika, I want you watching that game. 1:10 p.m. USA versus Canada, women's gold medal game. Let's go. USA. Let's go. Trying to see them girls get scrappy out there. Let's get it. Team USA women's have been dominating, but that rivalry is a good one. I think out of the 8 years that women's hockey's been in the Olympics, or the 8 times I think it is, 7 times it's been USA versus Canada in the finals. Canada has the slight lead overall. I think USA women have maybe won twice, but they look to be the favorite, I think, heading into this one. So I'll be watching that one for sure, tuned in the background this afternoon. You guys should as well. Women's hockey's awesome, man. It's gotten so much better over the years, especially in the States. Awesome sport. They have the I forget what they call it. The W. I don't know if they call it I don't think it's called the WNHL. I don't know exactly what they call it, but there's like a women's league now that's awesome. But all right, guys. If nobody has any questions, we'll just wrap today's live session a little early. No sense in forcing anything dumb or watching. I mean, there's sense, right? If you're somebody who's new to trading and you're just trying to learn the markets, there's 100% sense. This is what you should do. You should be sitting here and watching each candle and paying attention to the market behaviors and that kind of thing, right? But for me, I just know these aren't the conditions that I want to sit here and continue to trade. I'm happy with my win. We're just going to wrap it there. And we'll be back for the nooner this afternoon with Sir Aaron Ellis. So we'll see you this afternoon, everybody. Peace out. We love you all. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the nooner. Where did Aaron's camera go?
I'm right here.
I know. I don't know why it's not coming up on screen here. There you guys. Just took a second to load. I think my internet's working a little slow today. But all right, you're good to go, Aaron.
All right, sounds good. What's up, everybody? How we doing, Mr. Mika? What's up? What's up? Give everybody a minute or two to get in. Pretty boring morning. Straight up, straight down. Miss Amanda, how are you? Good to see you again. All right. How's everybody doing? Hope you guys had a good morning. So pretty choppy. Even the gap fill was choppy today. So we'll see going into the afternoon here. We are definitely at a big precipice here, guys, especially on the VIX. Now remember what the VIX is, right? That's a volatility hedge, right? You get along the VIX to hedge downside risk on the indices. So I don't know if you guys have seen, but the U.S. has the largest Navy buildup in the Middle East since Desert Storm. So we could definitely see some. Wouldn't be surprising at all to see some hedging going on here. All right. So we will see. Price will tell us everything we need to know here. All right. Okay, let's get started, guys. All right, so starting off with the VIX. Here is, we're back on the continuous contract, right? Remember, this is VX, VIX futures, not VIX, the index, okay? This is a leading indicator for our U.S. indices. So we're still in these massive resistance levels, but coming out of these lows, right, this is the long that has continued to hold, okay? And that's from 1805 to these 2180s. All right, we've been in this for a while, once, twice. Now, this is the big test, right? Are these short from highs? All right, from these 2245s down to these 1950s. All right, that's the big test right there. Okay, and there's a long below us. We're just going up in a series. Okay, here's the series of these longs. Starting down here, right? There's number one. Then from our lows, this is just going up in stair steps. Right, there's number two. So that's what we're sitting in right now. Okay, and if this continues to hold, right, you can see there's a little battle over the trend here. There is your industry range, right? But if we don't break down below these 2040s, Arctic 35s, if we don't break below these 35s here, then and these continue to hold, indices are going to struggle big time. We're in an explosion area here. Okay, so we need to, if we see us start to go through these highs, right, on our way to targets, you're not going to want to pick a bottom on the indices. No way. All right. So I saw people earlier talking about how, you know, it was getting popped and all this stuff, and it's just this, guys. Right? It's just this. Okay, bottom of the range, top of the range. All right. Now the VIX is still in an uptrend. All right, we are still in longs. This is the longest we've had the VIX in longs for a while. Okay, and anytime we have an elevated VIX like this, and it's in long setups, right? We got to be careful. Right? We got to be careful. So we'll see top of the range, bottom of the range, but the overall trend on the VIX, at least intraday, is still long. All right, is absolutely still long. Okay. Any questions with this going into the afternoon? A break of these guys would be breaking the 35s. All right, would be breaking the 35s. Okay. All clear? What's up, Rick? All right. Okay, so there we go. That's what we're looking at. All right, we just got to go with what price is telling us. The price is telling us right now the indices are going to be weak. All right, no rally as long as we're holding these long setups. Okay, Now, moving on to our financials are in rough shape, absolutely rough shape. So from our highs, this is bank, right? This is just an index. It's not traded. Just creates the environment the indices are in. Well, look what happened. From our highs on February 6th to our lows on the 12th, we traded into that resistance, right? And then we broke the opposing move. That is not a good look, right? That's not a good look at all. So now there could definitely be pullbacks, right? And eventually there will be pullbacks here, which would be bank strength, which would put a tailwind behind the indices. But right now we're just collapsing, right? Our financials are absolutely collapsing right now. All right, so we've got room, right, to get all the way back down here to lows. So right now we've got bank in shorts, right? Bank is weakening, and we got the VIX in longs. All right, so be careful, right? Be careful on the indices here. All right, there could be some weakness. All right, as long as that continues. Now onto the ES. The ES from our highs, okay, here on February 11th, remember, down to this low. This was on the 13th, last Friday. There was that pullback, right? And we never broke that short. The VIX never broke the long. ES never broke the short. All right, so we're down here at this long from lows, this potential long from lows. Okay, and what we speculated this morning was from these highs, right, we could fill the gap and get slammed. Oops, and we did. Okay, this is inverse of the VIX, right? So we had our gap fill and then got slammed. Actually, we came 3 ticks away. So, you know, we gotta pay attention here. All right. So yes, we're at support, absolutely. But for any sort of rally, even back to highs, okay, the VIX would have to break longs, and bank would have to turn around and lift off. Until that happens, right? Until that happens, the indices are not going to rally. Now we could get stuck, you know, stay in this little range, and that's fine. Just top of the range, bottom of the range, and you can see that on the indices: top of the range, bottom of the range. But as far as any rally, right, we're not going to see it. It just doesn't work that way. All right. So if we see the VIX start to lift off this afternoon and bank continue its downtrend, then this is going to be the path of least resistance. Absolutely down. Okay. So we'll see. I don't want to be all doom and gloom, but that is what this is telling us. Right? This is telling us looking long right now is not the path of least resistance. All right. So there we go. All right, there we go. We'll see if we can continue to hold. The most important part of this is, are we going to continue to hold these highs? Right? Because if we don't, and you see us starting to go through these, we're going to take off. All right, this is the explosion area. We've been in the explosion area for a while. The VIX should not be in longs. Right? It should not be in longs. It's not, that's bad. Okay? All right. So there we go. NASDAQ, no different. It's short from highs, right? From the 11th down here to the 13th. Never broke. I mean, it broke by a tick, but the VIX didn't break, so it doesn't matter. But it's back down at those Tuesday's lows, those highs. Okay? That's acting as support. And it will continue to act as support as long as the VIX doesn't get through those highs. Okay? If the VIX rolls back over, we can squeeze back to the top of the range. All right? That's all this is today. Top of the range, bottom of the range. But again, if the VIX takes off, we're going to fall. And we've got plenty of room. We don't have anything below us until we get down here. Okay? All right. Now moving on to YM and Russell's. Think bank with the YM and Russells. Right? Here's the YM. Just completely falling. Right? Think bank. So the YM, granted, it's got its halfway back on the year right here that it's holding, but there's that short. Right? From February 10th down here to our lows on the 13th, there's the short. Never broke. All right, and we're falling back down in here to support. So as long as bank continues to fall, it's going to put a big old headwind against the YM and the Russells. Absolutely it will. okay, until bank turns around. Now, when bank does turn around, there's going to definitely be some opportunities, especially on the Russells. Okay, but we're back down here at sport, so keep an eye on this right here. There's really nothing below us on our financials until we get down here. But again, it's just an index. This isn't traded, right? So eventually we'll get this squeeze back into highs. All right, and that would lift off the wire in the Russells, at least for the short term. Okay. All right, so moving on to the Russells. Russells. All right. Well, again, think bank, right? Think bank. See, this is that nasty wedge that the Russells is in. When you zoom out here, all right, look at this wedge that we're in. Lower highs, higher lows, just getting tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter in here. We've broken longs from lows, we've broken shorts from highs. So this is just a nasty wedge right here. All right, there's no major moves they're holding. And normally when this happens, right, we'll just get tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter until it's like a coiled spring, right? So high, 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 low, 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 right? Until it's like a coiled spring, right? And we'll need bank's help. So if bank continues to fall, we're going to fall through the bottom of this thing. If bank rallies, right, we're going to lift off. Okay. So there's the indices. See what's going on. Nothing's really going on here, right? So it's definitely we got to watch, especially this right here, right? Especially this right here. Where'd my alert go? Where'd my alert back on there? Weird. Okay. So there we go. There's VIX Bank indices, right? There's VIX Bank indices. You can see this support right here on the ES. That is right there. That's because the VIX can't get through these highs. Remember, this leads. Okay. So we'll see. It's a real battle over the trend here. So we got that bigger short above us, but we're still in longs. All right. So we'll see. Right. We'll see going into the afternoon, but we're definitely on a precipice here, right? On our either way we go, right? Whether we come down here and we break these 35s, or if we start to lift off. All right. Okay. Any questions? VIX Bank indices before we move forward as to where we are. Anybody? Okay. All right, moving on. Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin hit this target. Remember we talking about this morning? We're still in these much larger short setups, right? Nothing is broken whatsoever. And this is from our November 21st lows. We're still inside of that extension short. But here's what has been holding this week, right? We've still got our long for lows that we have to get through, right? Still got our long for lows, our opposing move. But our halfway back on the week. All right, always know where you are halfway back in the day, always know where you are halfway back in the week. All right, so from our Sunday night to our lows, there's halfway back in the week. Now we've hit that target. Okay, and there's the profit taking. All right, there's the profit taking coming off of that target. So we're just going to trail our halfway back in the week. Okay, so you can see we're down here in support. We hit a profit target. There's the profit taking, and we'll see how far we get into this. Right now, remember, spot's going to trade all weekend, right? So are we going to make it all the way up here by the end of the day tomorrow? We'll see, right? But remember, spot's going to trade this setup all weekend, all right? But absolutely super weak, right? Bitcoin is super weak, and it should be based on time, based on our cycles. It should be super weak, okay? And it is. So we'll see if we break these 64 877s. That confirms our target down to 55, and then maybe people will pay attention. If we don't, and for some reason we get up here and break this extension short, we're running to 93s. All right, we're running up to 93 area. All right, and that's going to be a juicy short right there. All right, that's a back up the Brinks truck type trade. I say that kiddingly. That's a good entry. Okay. So there's our Bitcoin chart. Hit our target. Right. Bada boom, bada bing, right there. Target, bounce. And there's our next short above us. Okay. So there's Bitcoin on the futures market. Now, when you look at spot, it's actually a little bit different. Not a whole lot, but a little bit. It has not dipped in the way that the futures markets have. Why is it not even? There we go. Okay, here's those November 28th or 21st. Lows to lows. There's the extension short right there. We haven't broken it. Right? Why is this stupid thing on here? Get rid of that. That broke a while ago. Okay, so there's that resistance. Right? But here's the long from lows. All right, you can see that it hasn't really dipped in the same way that the futures markets have. Okay, but we are still holding our halfway back of the week. All right, Sunday night, there's our pullback. Looks like that almost didn't quite hit its target either. So it's a little bit different. A little bit different. We're going to just continue to trail. Right, he's halfway back on the weeks, on the week. All right, we're going to continue to trail that. So that's where we're sitting on spot. So a little bit different. But remember, like I said, this is going to trade all weekend. So it'll be interesting to see where we end the trading week going into the weekend. Right? So there we go. So really nothing has resolved. We're still stuck between this huge extension short and this what we call it? Opposing or this counter trend long here. Why is that not doing that? There. There we go. All right. So there's Bitcoin spot. So again, you can see we break this, right? We continue to hold shorts and we break this. It is game on down to 55. Right? So 55, 115. All right. Okay. Stocks. What would you guys like to see? I feel like we haven't had a whole bunch of stocks this week. Stocks. By the way, did you guys see that Peaky Blinders movie's coming out? Everybody see that? Put that on your calendar. Hopefully you guys saw that. I think it's like March 13th or something. All right. Stocks. Man, there's a delay. It's a new movie. This week. It's a new movie. It's called The Immortal Man. I think it's March 13th. Yeah. The new Peaky Blinders movie. How's the audio today, guys, by the way? Just want to check. Hopefully it's good. All right. If you've never heard of Peaky Blinders, Miss D'Amico, you gotta watch it. Echo. Evan, what's up, man? Still an echo? Let me see, make sure I'm muted. Yeah, I'm muted. All right. Okay, no stocks? All right. Easy enough. No stocks. All right. You sure? Going once, going twice. Everybody good? All right. Okay. I only have $22 on the swear jar. Yeah, I saw that. We're going to go over that, Evan, here in a second. All right. All right, speaking of that, the gap fill this morning. Okay, it was a rough one. It wasn't a rough one, it was very whippy, very whipsaw-y. Right, I got in once, got stopped out, got in two more times, stopped at break even, and then got the half. So I made a couple dollars, nothing crazy. But the gap fill this morning was up here, right? 95.50. So here's 20 points. Right now we were watching 20 and 30 points this morning. At 9:30, we opened right between 20 and 30 points. All right, so that gives us a 50-50 shot, right? And then we fell, we found support, and then this whipsawed, and then we finally filled the half, right? And then we had this reload. We see it all the time. We fill the half, and then we get a reload, and we finally went up and we filled the full. And we actually didn't fill the full. We came 3 ticks away, right? 95.50 was the fill. We got 94.50, so 4 ticks. 4 ticks away. We consider 2 ticks away filled. So there could still be a run at the fill today. It's officially not filled. It's got to come 2 ticks away to fill. All right, but obviously everybody wasn't waiting around for that. Okay, because it got slammed right when we got up there. All right, so yes, we opened between 20 and 30. That gives us a 50-50 chance. And we ended up, like I said, filling the half. Then this was a reload, and then went up and filled the full. Yeah, and we struggled to get the half, right? We struggled. I was in this trade. We struggled to get the half. I got in pre-market. And I think maybe I got stuck on one of those. And then got back in twice, and it went up, back at break even, went up, back at break even. And then finally, the third time it ran up and filled the half. All right. So we're getting a little pop here. The VIX must be holding those highs. Yeah, see? VIX is holding those highs right there. So we'll see. This is just a range right now. Right? It's just a range. There's our top of the range. There's our bottom of the range. Or top of the range right here. Right? Bottom of the range right here. For the ES. All right. So we'll see if we can make a run. Like I said, that gap's still officially unfilled. So there's still going to be traders that know that, obviously, and are going to make a run at that fill. So the big thing is, can we get through these lows? Right? Can we break the 35s? Not trade the 35s, but break the 35s. Oh, why my alert disappeared? No, it's not giving me a chance to do it. Hang on a second. I don't know why it does that. That's like a weird quirk. Huh? No, let me do it. Okay. Anyway. All right. So 35s is the line in the sand. 35 and above, we're still holding this thing. 30, we break 35 and trade 30, we're going to fall. And then the indices can squeeze back into highs. All right. So we'll see if we can get through that. As long as this is falling right here, you're going to continue to see banks stopped going down. Right? It stopped going down. So that's like pulling up the boat anchor, right? And allowing the indices to at least pop their head out of the water here. All right, crude oil. Now, this is what we're watching on crude oil. So it is now traded that short, finally. Okay? It actually came up and traded it. So that is from, why the hell is it all the way over there? 78.40. Why move it all the way over there? 78.40 to lows. All right, and we are right there. Okay, we just had our crude oil inventories at noon. So what we're watching here on crude oil, loves to dip into highs before sell-offs, dip into lows before rallies. So when we zoom in, there's that short. Now we've traded it. Okay, now we've traded it. So we've dipped into this high, right? We've dipped into this high here, and you can see this high, we dipped into it, but then we defended it, right? We defended it. So what I want to see is us close red below this high. If we can close red below this high, then more than likely we're going to defend any sort of pullback, and we can get an entry into the bottom of this range. But if we don't, and we just continue higher, right? There's not really a whole lot of structure to this, right? But if we don't close below, I mean, this would be the first red close below this one, but this is acting as support. Absolutely acting as support, this previous high. So we'd have to close below that one. And we We might, right? I don't know if we'll do that today. But just remember too, if you trade crude oil, they still have a trading pit, and that closes at 2:30 Eastern during the week. So after 2:30 Eastern, crude oil really slows down. All right. Okay. All right. And that's fine, Evan, if you're hesitant to trade when it opens between 20 and 30, you don't have an edge, right? The only edge we have between 20 and 30 is the half gap fill, right? We have an edge to the half. But if we're outside of 20, there's a 50-50 shot, right? There's a 50-50 shot. Inside of 20, that's where we get our probabilities in our favor, right? So there ain't nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with staying out if we open outside of 20. Nothing wrong with that at all. All right, so there's crude oil there. We wanted to close down below these 65.77s. That would be a dip into highs. All right, now gold and silver. This is getting interesting because gold broke. Gold broke out of a short. Okay, get rid of this. All right, we're still in these much larger resistance levels up here. Okay. Yeah, safer not to take it. Absolutely, absolutely. There's nobody forcing your hand, right? If the probabilities aren't there, there's no reason to, try to do it. We got these larger resistance levels on gold up here. We've had them for a while. These 51, 65, 90s. But this long from last Thursday's lows to highs did hold. It held. It fixated that 61.8. Okay, and in the process of doing so, this is the big deal. All right, we traded that long, and then we broke this opposing move. We absolutely have. So that tells us that we can start this trend from these lows to highs. Now, we haven't made this pullback yet. That's all we've gotten right there. Right? So we see this pullback and lift off, right? That might be enough to get us through. Now, we're going to need some dollar weakness to help us, right? Not a whole lot to do right here. I'm just waiting on this pullback, right? I'm just waiting on that pullback. Okay. Now, silver hasn't broken that yet. All right. There's that short. Okay. Silver got popped when it got there. All right. So from these 86.12s down to 71.81, right there, it got popped twice. Okay. So we want to be very cautious about this long setup here if that short doesn't break. Okay. Now, if gold continues to grind higher, silver's on that retractable leash, right? It'll snap higher as well. So if we can break above these 80.65s, then we can draw longs from lows and start to see if we can get that trend. But if you look at what's going on here, all right, there's our left shoulder, head, right shoulder. But we've got to get through this short setup. If we don't, we can just fall all the way down to these targets. All right. So there's the precious metals. They're really up here kind of no man's land right now. No man's land right now. But there's a lot of opportunity. We just got to be patient. There's going to be a lot of opportunity on these. All right. I'm surprised that silver's not more volatile with what's going on in the, with the Shanghai Silver Exchange being closed, right, for the Lunar New Year. Right. So it's going to be interesting to see. Silver's becoming more and more a national security issue. So we'll see. All right. Moving on to the dollar. Okay, we've been in this crazy dollar shrink trades. Okay, these crazy dollar shrink trades. Now, we have actually come into, this is DXY, it's not the dollar, it's a bunch of different currencies put together, it's just an index. Okay, but from these highs on November 21st to our lows January 27th, we have now come back up and traded that resistance. Okay, so we're in extension longs right now. So this is a straight up or not at all type scenario. So now that we've traded this short, right? We have these pullbacks from lows right here. Right? We have these, this is actually right. Yeah, right there. We have these pullbacks from lows. Here's the target. They went to and through their target. So we go high to high. So this has to hold because if it doesn't, we're making a much larger pullback. And I can actually extend this now. Yeah, because Yeah, we'll extend this. Okay, and there we go, almost to the tick. So there's our extension long. So this is a straight up or not at all, right? If we're gonna continue with the dollar strength, we've got to go up from here, because if we don't, we're gonna make a much larger pullback, okay? So there's the dollar, nothing's broken, right? Nothing's broken, being very technical actually. All right, now when we get to the actual currencies, okay, this is where things get a little interesting, because look at where the dollar yen is. Okay, the dollar yen is at this potential short setup. And that's drawn from this high on February 9th. I'll zoom in a little bit here. All right, to this low on February 11th. We made this pullback right here to this 38.2. You guys probably can't see that. There. To this 38.2, and we never hit this target. Yeah, man, it's setting up here. We never hit this target, so we just leave the draw right there. Well, it came back, it traded it, so now it's in a straight up or not at all, straight up or not at all scenario too. So we have these pullbacks from lows, right? These pullbacks from lows, there's their target, went to and through that target. So we draw highs to highs, right? And there's the pullback right there. So what that is telling us is it's a straight up or not at all, right? Now we could build a big old sneaky snake up here on top of an extension. That's where we get them all the time. But if this continues higher, more dollar strength. But if it breaks this, we're making a much larger pullback. And what's probably going to happen is if we break this, we're going to get a pullback short to sell into to lead us down. So if we do break this, we're immediately going to draw from these highs to lows and look for that pullback to sell into. Okay? But nothing quite yet. Nothing quite yet. All right, now the euro's holding extension shorts. All right, we drew these up this morning. Same as our inverse to dollar yen. All right, those extension shorts are drawn from this low at 10 a.m. on Tuesday to our lows, and we traded into it today at 10 a.m. Okay, now we haven't rolled over and down into targets yet, but again, straight down or not at all. Because if this breaks, we're making this larger pullback. That's a lot of dollar weakness, right? But as of right now, this is all dollar strength. Okay, this is all dollar strength. It's putting a headwind against the precious metals. That doesn't mean the precious metals are going to go down. Okay, it just means it's harder for them to go up. All right, so the VIX is just absolutely stuck here. Absolutely stuck right now. And there's the indices. All it took was this little pop right there. And then you can see 12.15, that little drop. All right, so this is chop nasty, Miss Jackson, if you're nasty, right? This is absolute chop nasty, bubblegum, get chewed up area. Thanks to Tamika for that analogy, the bubblegum analogy. All right, so this is dangerous, guys. Like if you don't have to trade this, or if you're trying to trade this afternoon, just understand that this is gross. Like right where we are, all right, with the VIX stuck between a short and a long that's that small. I mean, this is 60 to 90. That's what, 6 ticks. We're in a 6 tick range. That is small, right? And the indices are going to look the same. Okay, unless we start breaking down and breaking out in the VIX. But as long as we stay right there, don't expect anything. Right? Don't expect anything on the indices. Okay, we'll see if bank starts this pullback here. All right, we'll see. Just because I drew that doesn't mean it's going to start to pull back. I just drew it to see if we do, where we could roll over from. All right, so if you're looking for a rally this afternoon, you're going to need bank continuing to rise. You're going to need the VIX to break the 35s. Okay? Because if it doesn't, all the indices are going to do is squeeze back to the top of the range. The VIX is going to bounce out of that, and then they're going to come right back down. Okay? All right. That was pretty quick. You guys didn't have any stocks. What questions? Going into the afternoon, All right, any questions, anything you guys might have missed? Make sure you're watching these other instruments, guys. The indices have their purpose. You know, they're good for gap fills and you know, certain things, but don't miss out on some of these other instruments that we watch, because that's where the big boy trades are. Right, the big boy trades aren't on the indices because they're very difficult to hold for very long. Right, especially in the environment we're in right now. But this dollar yen that's potentially setting up, the euro potentially setting up, right? If Bitcoin breaks those 64 620s, there's going to be pullback shorts to sell into on Bitcoin all the way down to 55. Right? Keep an eye on the precious metals. Gold making a pullback. Silver needs to break that short, make a pullback. Crude oil, if it gets a close below those 6583s, there's lots of stuff going on out there, guys. So don't get too wrapped up in the indices, especially when they're sitting in the muck like this. Right? Now remember, we've got PCE tomorrow. That's an inflation print. So that's our biggest news event of the week. Right? So we'll see. All right. Any questions, guys? Any other questions? Anything I might have missed? Anybody? Pretty slow. Should have more exciting news. I'll post some pictures. I was able to get out again this morning. It's like 60 degrees here, so that's kind of cool. All right, thanks, Miss Lamika. Thanks, Amanda. Thanks, Miss Paz, Evan, Rick. All right, everybody good? Okay. All right, Tyler, we had a short one today.
All right, thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it.
Oh, did you see? You want to talk about something nuts, guys? So we had what? 2 quarterfinals going to overtime and play 3-on-3.
Yeah.
Which is about a heart attack.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
And then Finland won, right? So what do we have? Canada and US beat Sweden, which is the first time that's happened in a long time.
Yeah.
So what do we have now in the semis?
You know what? That's a good question. I don't know. Let's see. What is? I'll look it up. So we got.
It's not US Canada yet.
No, not yet, because they reseed. So the semis are Canada versus Finland tomorrow at 10:40 a.m. and then US versus Slovakia at 3:10 p.m.
Gotcha. Cool.
So yeah, that was some good hockey to watch. That was some good hockey to watch yesterday.
That 3-on-3 is nuts.
It's
man.
my goodness, yeah. So I play roller hockey, Aaron, and it's 4-on-4. And it's similar to that in the sense where it's like you play man-to-man defense and it's a little more opened up and that kind of thing. So I love watching it. It's just so entertaining. Like those guys with that talent, it's unreal.
Exactly.
It's awesome.
All right, well, cool. All right, well, thanks, everybody. Thanks, Tyler.
And also, Aaron, we got the women's game starting in about 30 minutes. So the women's Canada-USA gold final is in about 30 minutes here, yeah.
Thank you for the reminder.
Yep.
Go U.S. ladies.
Yep, let's go. Let's get it done. There you go. All right, Aaron. Thank you. I appreciate it, man.
All right, cool. Thanks, everybody.
Yep. All right, guys. I don't know why my cam's not on his thing, but we were gonna have Jordan on this afternoon, but I actually had something coming up that I gotta run. They cover Google, yeah. Then I gotta run out real quick, so we're just gonna wrap for here today. We'll be back Monday 8:30 a.m. We will see you guys all there. Thanks for tuning in, hanging out with us. We appreciate your support as always. Peace out, everybody. We love you guys. Talk to you next week.